Training camp, but here we are in October, and off we go on EA Sports. And he opts to not bring this one out. The first drive will start at the 25. Three tight ends in the ball game here on 1st and 10. Here's Wilson to throw right away. That's complete to Justin Jefferson. And he'll be out of bounds across the 30-yard line. That'll go for a gain of 7, and it'll be 2nd down.
7-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 3.
To throw is Wilson. Swinging this out for Pollard. And he'll be tackled right on the chalk of the 45. First down Lions on a pickup of 13.
Well, I think when they look at their offense, they think to themselves, weapons, weapons everywhere. And they want to move the ball around. They want to spread it to different people. But you absolutely know they want to get this man involved as well. And that's what they just did on that play.
And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. No sweat for Montez Sweat that time as he makes that stop look easy. They'll have to deal with a 2nd and 14 now after the loss. Now it's Wilson. To Jefferson on the slant. And they'll get this down to around the 47-yard line. And he's already got 2 catches on the opening drive. They know he's going to be a handful.
And sometimes you game plan for that offensively. You want to make sure that guy touches the ball, and sometimes it just happens naturally. And then you change your game plan. When he has the hot hand, you keep going back to him because he's running routes with confidence as the game goes on.
Third and 2, now Wilson. And he fires one, but incomplete.
That is certainly one way to frustrate a quarterback. Run those extra defenders on the field. Dime package, lots of speed, no space to fit in the football.
Fourth down, so on is the punter, Riley Dixon. And he'll get credit for putting him inside the 20 as the fair catch is made right at about the 19-yard line. Well, pretty woeful there, just 23 yards on the punt. And it'll be Seahawk football, 1st and 10. On first down, Rodgers. He'll get this out wide to Eckler. And he is brought down at the 22 after a gain of 2, and it brings up 2nd down.
All defenses worry that whenever anyone catches the ball and has a head of steam come out of the backfield, it could turn into a big play with missed tackles or he runs through people. But they were right there waiting, and they stopped him for a minimal gain.
From the 22, here's 2nd and 8.
Hey, 88. Yeah, this. Back north. To the 50.
Here's Rodgers to throw. It's a short one here, complete to his tight end. And he'll get this up past the 25 before he's out of bounds. It'll be a gain of 5. And now we've got a 3rd down and 3. Coming up here looking for 3 yards to pick up the first. Rodgers going to try and throw on 3rd down. And he will find his man on the outside. And he gets this up across the 35 before he's out of bounds.
A gain of 9 yards.
2nd catch for him today, and it'll wind up a 1st down. They'll run for the first time with Austin Eckler. And he edges forward, but only gets a pair of yards out of it. It's 2nd down.
You've got to be impressed by that defensive front on reps like those. They were not being moved off the line, kept their shoulders square, and gave their teammates time to fight to the ball and limit that gain.
On play action, Rodgers. Looking downfield for Jones. And that nearly an interception here on this opening drive, but he gets a reprieve. It's 3rd down.
So many times we see teams go on the road and want to lean on their running game, but this crew just announced they're going to try and air it out and make hay downfield.
On play action, it's Rodgers. And tight coverage there. It's knocked away, incomplete.
Haven't met a corner that's worth his salt yet that ever admits to worrying about man coverage. How about the play there, breaking that pass up?
On is the punter man as he boots this one away. A 46-yard punt, 4-yard return. And the Lions will take over. The Lions offense ready to kick off their next drive. Over on the sideline, hoping to hit that reset button between possessions. Last time out, they had to punt it away. This time, hoping to finish this thing off in the end zone. Give them 3 on 1st down. It'll set up a 2nd and 7.
A 3-yard pickup. Brings up 2nd and 7.
From the shotgun, Wilson. He's got a man, complete. And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. So the line of scrimmage moves all the way across the 50 now as they come up 1st and 10.
1st and 10 at the 47.
Here's Wilson to throw. Finding his safety valve here. That's complete. And he's going to be taken down right at the 40-yard line. The Lions had 0-3 here to begin the campaign. And you hate to have to say it this early in the season, but getting close to must-win time, is it not?
And I totally understand why you expressed it that way, because it's so early in the season, it feels like hyperbole. But I think you are spot on this one. Yes, there's still time to turn things around, but they've got to start to win right now if they have any hopes of trying to make the playoffs.
And they're going to work this down to about the 32-yard line.
It's a gain of 8.
That was a route run not just with dexterity, but with intelligence. Found the hole in the zone, made sure the quarterback saw him, and was able to make the sure catch and flip the down marker back to 1.
And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. He'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11. They'll send a receiver here in motion right. On 2nd and 11 now. Wilson. And that'll be incomplete. Took a pretty good shot as he tried to pull that one in. Couldn't hang on 3rd down.
They went with a dime look on defense. 2 extra defensive backs on the field and covered up essentially every blade of grass. That allowed them to disrupt the play.
On 3rd down, Wilson. He's going to flip one out here to his running back. And he's going to get this to the 31, but that is still well short of what he needed. That's going to bring up 4th down, only a gain of 2 there.
We can make this one pretty simple. Locked up all of his progressions downfield, forced to get it to his running back. But how about the way they ran to the football and knocked him down to force a 4th down?
This is up and good from Pinheiro. And the Lions are going to take a 3-0 lead. So after drive number 3 here, we have a score, and it's 3 points after the field goal.
I would say the feeling out process for both of these teams I'd say it's over, partner. Everyone understands what's going on now. You've kind of probed a little bit. Now you want to start throwing the big shots. First 3 points up on the board could be significant.
And that'll be a little too hot to handle as it will skip through the end zone for a touchback here. Coming to the line here to begin their next drive, the Seahawks offense. This one a little slow to get cooking. Just a 3-0 scoreline as they begin with a 1st and 10. They take a shot downfield there, but it winds up falling incomplete.
Love the idea, love the concept, but you got to leave a little room on the sideline so he can fade into it when he makes the catch. That was thrown too close to it for the receiver to make a play.
An incomplete pass leads to 2nd and 10 from the 25. They'll run out of the gun with Eckler. And from the 25, they work this to the 29, a gain of 4.
That 2nd down play call was not to pick up the 1st down. It was to accomplish what they did to get them into a manageable 3rd down because they had incompletion on 1st down, so they were behind the sticks, so to speak. They needed to make up some ground, and they did.
Throwing is Rodgers on 3rd down. Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete.
That looks like it's going to be 2 empty possessions now to start this football game. I think they're going to have to sit down and talk about what worked for them last week in their win. Sometimes you over-game plan, overthink things, get back to what works.
It'll go as a 42, make it a 43-yard punt, 6 on the return, and they will take over 1st and 10. The Detroit offense ready to begin their drive. And they're not going to play this conservative, I don't think. They had the field goal last time, and they're up, but they're looking to put a drive in the end zone.
Oh, I agree with you totally. No one goes out on the field and says, all right, let's just settle for 3, except in certain situations, trying to ice a game, that sort of deal. Most of the time, it's end zone, and that's what you're thinking, and I believe that's exactly what they're thinking as they begin this one.
Yeah, no quarterback ever goes out there saying, hey, let's get 3, right?
Not one that I've ever met.
Here's 2nd and 9, just a yard on that last run. They'll send a receiver in motion to the right. On 2nd and 9, Wilson to the right side and complete to Jefferson. Short completion, just 4 yards, and it brings up 3rd and 5 now. They'll need 5 on this play to move the sticks.
3rd and 5.
95.
On 3rd down, it's Pollard. And he brings this up to the 46. Good enough for the 1st.
Pollard. A gain of 9 yards. That's good for a Lions 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 46-yard line.
Play action. It's Wilson. And that is caught on the right sideline, but out of bounds, says the line judge. The throw took him a little too far. It's 2nd down. So after the incompletion on 1st, now 2nd and 10. In motion comes the tight end left. On 2nd down, it's Pollard. And he'll be brought down at the 50 after a gain of about 5.
And there we saw one of the downsides of blitzing during a rundown, because sometimes you get out of your gaps. You don't fit the run quite as well because you're headed towards the ball carrier with abandon.
They'll bring a receiver in motion right.
14. Good job right there.
From midfield now, here's Wilson. Airing it out deep for Smith. Oh, this is taken in. It's complete. They're able to convert on 3rd down, and that sets up a 1st and goal.
I'm pretty sure any quarterback will tell you it's nice to have a tight end that can stretch the field. And how about him right there, working in the heart of the defense, and they connect on a very nice play downfield, a combination of talent.
And in for the Lions, touchdown. Tony Pollard, his 3rd touchdown now on the year. And they are able to add on to their advantage. Eddie Pinheiro now for the extra point. It's up and good, and that'll increase their lead to 10-zip.
Makes the score Lions 10, Seahawks nothing. Eddie Pinheiro set to kick off.
Now after the touchdown, here's Pinheiro to kick it off. And they will not get a chance to return this one. It's through the back of the end zone for a touchback.
25-yard line.
Coming to the line here to begin their next drive, the Seahawks offense. Still in the first half, but this offense has struggled. Haven't really been able to get anything going, not only in the points category, but in the yards category. Let's see if they can do better here on this drive. Call it a gain of 3 on the play, and it's second down.
Second and 7 at the 28-yard line.
To throw again on second down, Rodgers. 1:58 left to play till we hit halftime. They head to the line facing a 3rd and 7 following the incompletion on second down.
Back north. 50. Get 300. Get 300.
Here's Rodgers. That's complete to DK Metcalf. And he is going to have a Seahawks first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
12. First down, Seattle.
This thrown quickly out to Jones. On the move past the 40. Now he's loose down the left sideline. So the big play nullified, a legal forward pass.
And maybe we know why they were able to get such a good chunk of yardage on that play. That pass was illegal.
Up the middle with Eckler. And he's got it up over the 40 to the 41.
Number 30, Austin Eckler.
Not a ton of room available on that one, but he made use of what space was available and gained decent yardage.
And it's 3rd down.
Hey, Mike. Hey, take 26.
Now Rodgers. And he's going to hook up with his big tight end, complete. Now the Seahawks going to use the first of their timeouts as the stoppage will come with a little under a minute to go in this first half. A 1st and 10 here, and you know, if they could just get 3 out of this, something about whittling it to a 1-score game at half that might provide a psychological boost. Throwing now is Rodgers. He's going to wind up and air it out. And he's got it. Caught in the end zone for the Seahawk touchdown. Laviska Shenault, 45 yards. And the Seahawks are on the board here in the final minute of the first half. The way this one was going, you just got the sense they needed something before half. They've at least got something on the board now. Still trailing, but a good sign.
That takes me back to our preseason tour of NFL camps. You remember we talked with that one coach who said his emphasis this year was scoring in the last 2 minutes of a half, heading into the locker room. This hits it right there. Take that momentum, take that good feeling, and take it to the locker room, regroup, and start over. They got it here.
They did indeed, and a lot of football, full half to be played. So just a 3-point game now as they send this one away. Pulls it in at the 13. And they're going to start this drive in pretty good shape as they get it up past the 30.
The Lions take over 1st and 10. At their own
The Lions offense ready to kick off their next drive. And leading 10-7, and they may just want to get this to the locker room. Quick throw knocked away and incomplete.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up. Not that time. They'll bring a receiver in motion right.
Hey, 0-0-0.
Again on 2nd and 10, it's Wilson. Oh, going for Jefferson downfield. And that going to be incomplete. Good effort there, trying to take a shot, but it's third down. Now they face a 3rd and 10 after back-to-back incompletions.
Go. Hey. Gotta go, in and out, let's go.
Wilson. That's complete. It's Rashad Bateman. He's got the first down and more. And out of bounds on the other side of midfield at the 45.
23 yards. And the Lions first down.
They'll throw on first down with Wilson. Throwing for his running back, and he's got him complete. And to the 36-yard line, taken down there after getting 8 yards.
It's a gain of 8. Brings up 2nd and 2 at the 36-yard line.
14, fight it.
They run straight ahead here with Pollard. That's some strong running there as he's down just shy of the 20 on the edge of the red zone. The Lions now going to use the second of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 20 seconds to go in the first half. They'll send a receiver here in motion right.
Check.
Throwing now, Wilson on first down. They'll drop this underneath to Pollard. And he's brought down inside the 20 at the 18-yard line. Now the offense will burn their 3rd and final timeout. And with halftime on the horizon, they'll be out of timeouts from here forward.
One left. Go, guys, 4 down.
Throwing again on second down. Wilson toward the end zone, but that's going to wind up incomplete.
A missed opportunity for an interception would have killed off a drive. They had a chance there to finish things off. Didn't get it done. I guess that's why a lot of those guys do not play offense.
Pinheiro on for the field goal. A 35-yard attempt.
The kick by Pinheiro is good. And the lead stretches to 6 here. It's 13-7. So they're able to end that drive with 3 points in this one-possession ball game.
And ideally, you want to end every drive with points. Most quarterbacks would tell you, let's end it with a kick, right? A PAT, that's number 1. Field goal you'll take. Punts, you really don't want to do that. In this case, they'll take the field goal and get prepared for the rest of the game.
Taken from about the 12. And no alley to be found. The coverage was solid, and he's dropped at the 18.
Their own 18-yard line.
Coming to the line here to begin their next drive, the Seahawks offense. And with only 4 seconds on the clock, time likely for just one snap of the football. Eluding the pressure right. And he's left with no option here but to throw it away. So we've reached halftime here in Detroit with the Lions out on top. As we'll send you down to Orlando, we check in with Jonathan Coachman for our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach. And we welcome you back live now inside the booth alongside Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gaudin, set and ready to rock for the third quarter. The Seahawks trailing, but they will have possession first here as we resume action in the third quarter. Taken from about the 12. And he will make it to the 20-yard line and no further.
At their own 20-yard line.
Coming to the line here to begin their next drive, the Seahawks offense. Charles, it'll be interesting to see what adjustments this offense made in the locker room. Haven't really been able to get anything going offensively, virtually nothing in the ground attack either. So certainly something has to change here in quarter 3.
And I'm pretty sure their friends from the defensive side of the ball told them exactly that, because those guys, the stop troops, they've been playing pretty well. They've kept them around in this game. Now they've got some time. The running game struggled in the first.
Into a double team, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Michael Davis. And the Lions are going to take possession of the football.
Intercepted. The Lions take over 1st and 10.
After the interception, here's Wilson. That's complete to his receiver, Bateman. And they're going to get this down inside the 20.
Wilson's pass complete to Rashad Bateman.
A good position to be in here, 2nd and inches.
It's 2nd and inches at the 19-yard line.
They'll send a receiver in motion to the right.
36 power.
On 2nd and very short, Wilson. And this is going to be intercepted. Picked up by Ambry Thomas. And the Seahawks are going to have the football here at their own 35-yard line. The one side gets an interception, but their defense comes on the field and picks them right back up by getting a pick of their own.
And I think you saw the same thing that I did, Brandon. As he ran off the field after making that play, we saw his quarterback seek him out and offer a personal thank you to bail him out a little bit as the offense takes the field again.
That's a staple of this offense. Drag route to the tight end.
Yeah, he's unable to use his size to break off much more yardage after the catch, but still an effective gain nonetheless.
Now, meanwhile, a pass that should have been intercepted, but it winds up falling incomplete.
You get the sense that they're saying we're not playing up to what we're capable of, and we're deep enough into the game that the early jitters are long gone, that they should now have some sense of continuity and be able to make some of these plays that they have not been doing so far.
Now on 3rd down, that pass knocked down in the backfield and incomplete. The Seahawks send out their punter as he's on here to punt it away. He's averaging just under 50 yards a punt as he gets this away. This is taken at the 23. Nice job bringing that one back. 14 on the return. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. The Detroit offense ready to begin their drive. In a close game like this, Charles, those interceptions like they had on the last drive could be costly. But here they've got another opportunity to seize control of this game.
And they'd better take advantage of it, because otherwise, if they end up losing by 1 score, they'll relive this over and over and over until they have another opportunity to wipe it away.
1st and 10 at the 41-yard line.
Bateman going to get it now on the jet sweep. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard.
Well, you certainly have to give a little credit here, because they're playing this game now at their pace. This is ball control football, sustained runs, taking their time, and making it work.
Let's go double count right here, double count.
Now a quick throw into the hands of Jefferson. And he'll be marked down at about the 26-yard line.
I like watching the wide receiver screen, because it's a real teamwork play. Because guess what? The guy catching the ball, he'll get all the credit. But how about the people have to block in front of him, either fellow receivers or offensive linemen? That makes that play a really nice timing play, and sometimes it can break big.
And they're going to get this down inside the 15. There's a 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line. He's been a busy man here in this one, and they're showing off some nice footwork to stay in bounds.
And with those types of catches and the volume that we've seen in this game, wouldn't you keep him busy as well?
I would.
Of course. You got to keep throwing it to him. He keeps making plays.
And they get to him quickly here as he's stopped right around the 13. Bud Dupree, a former first-round pick, in on the stop.
Well, they're hoping that the second half is better for him than the first half. They've got to find a way to get him going. He's a big part of their offense.
Let's pass.
They go play action with Wilson. And he just chucked that one out of bounds, out of everyone's reach. Maybe a wise call not to take a sack in this part of the field. It brings up third down.
Well, sometimes an incompletion is the right play, and he showed that he's learned from his earlier interception on that throw. Instead of forcing it, he just tossed it away.
To throw is Wilson. Now he'll dump it underneath to his running back, complete. And he will get him down a couple yards shy of the first down marker. A nice tackle coming up from his free safety spot.
How about that strategy there, Brandon? Third down, they just said, we've got faith in our tacklers. We'll give you the short stuff, and just decided to protect the sticks. So every time I hear fans telling me tackling's not a part of the game anymore, plays like that, I can clip and save and show them you have to tackle well if you want to be a good defense.
They'll run for it with Pollard. And he takes this one in for a Lions touchdown. Tony Pollard, his third rushing touchdown on the year. And the Lions' decision to go for it pays off with 6 points.
Just right. Go 14.
Wilson gonna throw for it. To the goal line, but it's incomplete. Should have been picked. Probably doesn't matter on a 2-point conversion, but still, as a former DB, you want to grab that ball when you can, don't you?
You certainly do, and don't say it, because I know you're thinking it. Don't say it.
What am I thinking?
You know I know what you're thinking. Well, if he'd had hands, he'd be playing on offense, right?
That's true. You've said that before. And he'll get it up across the 20 to the 21-yard line.
At their own 21-yard line.
Coming to the line here to begin their next drive, the Seahawks offense. And here we are almost through 3 quarters of play, and this passing game still has not really found any kind of rhythm.
Put it mildly, because they're not even over 100 yards yet. And in today's NFL, where it's a pass-first league, that is quite surprising. Not many teams patient enough to stick with the run. Everybody wants to advance the ball through the air. They've got to get their timing back.
Dancing to his left. Toward the sideline, and look at that catch. Dragging the toes, and that's going to be a first down. Well done. Rodgers now on first down. He'll get this out wide to Eckler. And he'll be tackled on the other side of midfield at the 46-yard line.
8 yards on the pickup. Brings up second and
26
at the 46-yard line.
Eckler now between the tackles. And he'll be brought down on what's going to turn out to be the final play of this third quarter. 3 quarters in the books. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. On first and 10, here's Rodgers. He'll drop this one off to Eckler. And this one goes nowhere. Losing yardage on the play back at the 46. Despite the completion, they're going to wind up losing 3 there. Second down. Here's Rodgers to throw. Now he'll turn and throw deep back to the other side of the field. And he knocks the ball away, and it falls incomplete.
Now that's a tough throw, because he's moving to his left. He's got to get his shoulders pointed back right to throw it all the way across field to try and connect. Unable to do so.
Hey, 88, 26.
Now on third and long, they'll look to throw. That ball nearly intercepted, but he could not hang on. Oh, a pick there certainly would have been nice. Instead, at least, it'll be 4th down.
I think it's safe to say that he's made some questionable decisions out there so far. Forced some throws into tight coverage. He's already been picked off in this game. 4th down now, but he was fortunate on that one not to have another turnover on his ledger.
The Seahawks send out their punter. Now the Seahawks going to use the first of their timeouts. That'll leave them with 2 remaining. We'll be back after this. Now Rodgers got to have this one. He lets this one fly toward the back of the end zone. And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. Pete Carroll rolled the dice, but it didn't work out. And the Lions will take over. The Lions offense ready to kick off their next drive. Big stop on the turnover on downs to get the football back, and now it's just all about salting this one away.
Yeah, just slowly bleed the clock away. Clock's definitely on your side. And, you know, when we talk about analytics in the game, what is this one? Advanced win metrics? Because if you take care of the football here, bleed the clock down, where they about 95% chance of winning it?
I'd say 95 or better. And I know you always say it, every coach does. It's just protecting the football at this point.
And knowing that the defensive guys, they're coming after the ball more than they are the person. They want to knock it free.
Steps away to his left. And he's just going to get rid of this thing. To no one here. He throws it away. And now it's third. The offense on third down, they've hit it 50%, 3 of 6 to this point. This is 3rd and 4.
Let's go double count right here, double count. Alert.
Here's Wilson. Toward the sideline, he will have the first down. Good catch. He was able to keep the feet in bounds.
A gain of 6. That's good for a Lions first down.
On 1st and 10, it's Wilson. Finding his safety valve here. That's complete. And he's going to get this down near the 25. And looking to put this game on ice in the 4th quarter, but still not afraid to throw it as they show there.
You want to play the game with confidence, and they have a guy who's in control right now. Their trigger guy throwing it, they feel just as confident with him doing that as they would if they tried to run the ball and run the clock out.
14, got it.
To throw again is Wilson. And he slings one that's incomplete.
Offense was moving it a little bit, had them back on their heels, but they earned a brief pause by forcing the incompletion. That gives them a quick chance to regroup and try and mount a stand before they're backed up even further.
And he's going to take this one down to about the 23-yard line.
Brandon, I've got to think this offensive line has got some smiles on its faces. And I know it sounds crazy, but they practiced for this back in training camp. They knew they'd be in situations where it'd be extra defenders in the box coming after them, trying to keep them from locking down a game. Right now, they want to show the world they're up to the challenge.
Now throwing on 3rd down there, but he cannot connect.
Well, he certainly did a nice job improvising there, extending the play, hoping someone would come open downfield, but they never did.
Eddie Pinheiro on for the field goal. A 40-yard attempt.
This is up and good from Pinheiro. And that will extend their lead even further. So an important one there as they widen their lead in this 4th quarter.
All right, partner, help me out with the math here. Make sure I am on point, because the way I see it, the other guys still need 2 touchdowns, but in addition, a 2-point conversion. So this is all about them playing perfect football from here on out.
And that one bounces out of the back of the end zone, so we'll start the drive at the 25 on the touchback. Coming to the line here to begin their next drive, the Seahawks offense. And last time they were stopped on 4th down, had a drive stalled out. We'll see how they respond this go-around.
I'm eager to see what their mindset is, because moving the ball, feeling good, and then that abrupt stop on 4th down, do they go back to the bench and go, oh, boy, they've got something for us? Or do they go to the bench and say, we blew it ourselves, let's get back out there and move the ball again?
And is it different when you get... He's got a man, complete! And the tackle going to be made at the 38. So how about that for a chain mover? They're all the way down inside the 40 now for 1st and 10. To throw, it's Rodgers. Being chased out left. And incomplete, he dropped it. Maybe a rookie mistake there, 2nd down. After the incomplete pass, here now is 2nd and 10. Throwing is Rodgers. And that is incomplete. A lot of force bearing down on him there. He could not hang on. It's 3rd down.
One thing you hope to see out of a rookie tight end is a real concentration when the ball's in the air, and I'm not sure that he didn't, but he has to be prepared for people making a play on it when that ball's up for grabs.
That's caught by Sims. And he gets this one inside the 15, just a yard or two shy of the 10. That gain on 3rd down, good for 28. Now a 1st and 10 at the 11. And again, it's Rodgers. This is swung out to Eckler. Touchdown! Austin Eckler, an 11-yard touchdown. And the Seahawks get a bit closer. And now in a 9-point game, they'll still just need to go for 1 here. As this gets them back within a touchdown and a 2-point conversion.
Makes the score Lions 22, Seahawks 14.
So the lead trimmed down to 8 as here comes the kickoff, and it's away. And no return on this one as the fair catch is signaled for and taken.
The Lions take over 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line.
The Detroit offense ready to begin their drive. Their lead back down to 1 score after the touchdown a moment ago. 1st downs a must on this drive as they start out here 1st and 10. Call it no gain on the play, and it'll be 2nd down.
No gain on the play. Brings up 2nd and
They'll bring a receiver in motion right.
5-yard line.
4th quarter, down to the final 2 minutes, and we've got a 1-score game. So the Lions in possession of the football as we welcome you back. Another running situation on the doorstep as they come up 2nd and 10. And they'll send the tight end in motion left. They go back to Pollard on 2nd down. And he's going to get a good gain of 9 here up to the 34. And now right out of the 2-minute break, we'll get a timeout used defensively with 1:56 to go.
And this is an absolutely big 3rd down that's been set up here, partner, and there's no other way to put it. The defense has to get a stop here if they have any hopes of winning this game.
Pastor, you said big 3rd down. I'd put the word big in capital letters here. They'll bring a receiver in motion right. Here's Wilson. Swinging this out for Pollard. The 40. Past the 20. Touchdown, Detroit. Tony Pollard, his 3rd touchdown of the game and 5th on the year. And the Lions might be headed to the win column for the first time this season as they add on to their lead. Trying to bust out of that losing funk, and these fans have to like this, saying, all right, fellas, this is more like it.
And I know that if this holds up after the game, they're going to give the fans a lot of credit being at home, getting the support. But you and I both know it goes deeper than that. They had to get it together in their own facility, look each other in the eye and say, okay, what's it going to take to break this losing streak? And they really came together with a good week of practice.
Now after the touchdown, here's Pinheiro to kick it off. And they'll let that one go as it skips through the back of the end zone for a touchback.
25-yard line.
Coming to the line here to begin their next drive, the Seahawks offense. The offense coming back out here. Plenty of energy, ready to roll, looking to just add to. Now look out, Rodgers lost the football. And it won't count for 6. He's brought down, but inside the 5, 1st and goal at the 4-yard line. The defense gets him the ball via the turnover. Now can this offense cash in? First and goal. Now a give here to Pollard. And he will push his way forward down to about the 3-yard line. Only a yard that time, second and goal.
This is where coaches have to have spent a lot of time going over situations with their players, because him getting tackled there is not the worst thing in the world. You're going to run more plays, right? Clock's going to go. But his thought process is getting into the end zone. It's counterintuitive for him to actually go down in this spot.
Yeah, but like you say, you don't want to get in the end zone too early here.
No, not at all, because you may leave an opening that could come back and get you.
A second down pass play there, but it's incomplete. Now, they'd really like to make the short field pay off. We'll see if they can, but this is third and goal. They'll try and pound it in with Dillon. That is not going to be any help as they dump him behind the line of scrimmage. Losing 2 yards that time, and now it's fourth down.
With his size, he's a tough man to bring down, but they do a nice job there stopping his progress and not allowing him to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Now they send a man in motion right. They'll try and throw for it with Wilson. It's complete. Swings it out to his running back. And in for the Lions, touchdown. Tony Pollard, a 5-yard touchdown. And the Lions have pretty well put it away here in the fourth quarter. They'll look to throw. And this is going to be caught. So add 2 more to the lead as they continue to pour it on here in the fourth.
37. Seahawks 14.
Now after the touchdown, here's Pinheiro to kick it off. Taken at the 15, a short kick. And he had no room to run as he's tackled down inside the 20.
At their own 18-yard line.
Coming to the line here to begin their next drive, the Seahawks offense. Remember, they have won 3 straight, but getting to 4 straight does not appear to be in. Now look out, Rodgers lost the football. But I believe a Seahawk was able to get a handle on this, so this will remain Seattle ball. So they keep the football, but now face second and long. Meanwhile, Rodgers' throw caught here by Metcalf. They get 17 on that one, move the chains, first down Seahawks. A 3-score game here late. You can probably rule out the comeback, but certainly some kind of a moral victory to be had if they can get a few more points to close things out. And to that end, a nice pass play there to push things downfield.
Yeah, and we know in this league, a loss is a loss, and no one wants anything to count as a moral victory or, boy, something that feels a little bit cheap. But if they trim that lead down to just 2 scores, that's still a benefit to this squad.
Now wasted time going right back to DK Metcalf.
Complete to DK Metcalf.
Well, this was a very close ball game at halftime, Charles, but in the second half, that offense kind of kicked things into another gear, and they were able to pull away for the victory.
And, Brandon, I think they're the type of team that just looked in the mirror and said, hey, ton of pressure on, but we're the type of team that can flat out handle it. They stood up with confidence, and made it happen for a victory.
So for Detroit, it took a few weeks, but they finally get their first one of the season here in Week 4. And they will hit the road next week for a date with the New England Patriots. Meanwhile, for the Seahawks, the defeat is their first of the year as they drop to 3-1. And they'll try to turn things around next week as they have a matchup in New Orleans With Charles Davis, as always, I'm Brandon Gaudin. Charles, you talk about storylines in this one. I think it begins and ends with our two quarterbacks, certainly two of the best in the business.
And nowadays, I don't think you can get by for long periods of time without a top-flight quarterback. The way the game is played, with all the responsibility he has and how the game flows through him, if he's not on the top of his game, your team's not going to benefit at all.
Evan McPherson has this one teed up. And here we go. We're underway in Madden Ultimate Team. Fields it right around the goal line. Paris Campbell now on the return. And nowhere to go. He only makes it to the 5.
That return, it will not be on the postseason highlight reel. If you're the offensive coordinator, you've just changed your play calling because you thought you might have some field to work with. Instead, now, you've got to call plays that won't make mistakes.
This is Eric Dickerson, four-time rushing champ. And able to get it across the 20 before they get to him. An excellent way to start the drive there, 18 yards. Well, there you go. This offense off to a strong start this afternoon.
Yeah, with a big run and a first down. That's putting what you practice into play. That's excellent execution to get things started.
On first down, Brady. Buying time to his left. That is complete. It's Eric Dickerson. And he'll be taken down, but not before they reach the 50. The two big plays right in succession as this one goes for 27.
If your sympathies lie with the defense, you understand how tough it is for linebackers to run with a guy like this. He's going to slip out of the backfield and then work in the middle of the field. And sometimes those defenders get preoccupied with other people moving, and he finds open space and makes a nice play.
The throw over the middle taken in. And he'll go down, but not before getting this inside the 30. That's now a pair of explosive plays in succession, both north of 20 yards. Well, the first drive here and the first time that we've called the big tight end's name, but I can assure you this, Charles, it won't be the last.
No, it won't, because when he gets going, now it opens up opportunities on the perimeter because that'll draw the defense towards him in the middle of the field. Now your wide receivers will get involved as this game goes on.
Well, that throw by Brady incomplete.
They had their backs up against the wall a little bit, and they come through by forcing an incompletion. Now they've got to continue to ratchet up the intensity a couple more times and get off the field before giving up any more yardage.
Again, they'll throw with Brady. Flushed out right. And he's going to be brought down at about the 16.
That's the first time he's called his own number, but he's got to be overjoyed with the results. He wasn't just going to settle for a modest gain. To me, he was determined to come through with a big message to a defense that slept on him in the pocket.
He's got it. Touchdown, Bengals. Travis Kelce, a 16-yard touchdown. And the Bengals will jump on top with the game's first score here this afternoon. Extra point by Carlson, up and good. And that makes the score 7-0. The kicking team out now for the Bengals as they'll send this one away. From just inside the 20, a short kick. And they're going to start this drive in pretty good shape as they get it up past the 30. From the 32 now, here's 1st and 10. They'll start on the ground, Etienne. And some room to work. And he'll be out of bounds just shy of the 40. A big hitter there, a first down gain of 26 yards. Thought they were going to have him down a lot earlier, but he was able to shed that tackle.
Shows the value of the weight room, doesn't it? Shows the value of the attitude when you run the football. Don't go down easily.
Now a loose football. The ball comes out, and the Bengals grab it. There he goes left side. And this is taken into the end zone. A fumble recovery and a Cincinnati touchdown. Even the great ones, some of the best, they're not immune to the fumble, and here it really hurts them.
If the ball gets away from any runner's body, that's when the defense pokes at it, swipes at it, swats at it, and finds a way to create a big play for themselves.
The defense more than did its job. Now the offense is summoned onto the field as they'll go for two. It's complete. And he is not going to get in there. He stops short of the goal line, and the lead is going to stay right where it is. And you can bet they're preaching two hands on the ball here as the kick's away following that fumble return. This will be fielded inside the 5. And all deep in his own territory, he coughs up the football. And the Bengals grab it. And he's got his guys set up great now. First and hello, everyone. Welcome to the postseason on EA Sports. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And, Charles, that's really all I need to say to get you fired up. It's the postseason on EA Sports.
And no one's more fired up than the guys who are going to be playing in this game. This is what they fought for all year long. Go back to the OTAs, the mini camps, training camp, throughout the season to get to the playoffs. The intensity level will be off the charts.
The battle for the Lamar Hunt Trophy begins as we're underway in this AFC wildcard game. This fielded right at the goal line. And they'll be backed up to start this drive as he's taken down right around the 15.
Wait, that's
They run it with a Hall of Famer, Eric Dickerson. And he's taken down, but not before he gets this across the 25-yard line. That's a pickup of 11 and a first down on their first offensive play. Great beginning there under the bright lights of primetime.
Yeah, it takes you back to high school football on a Friday night, doesn't it? When you feel like every eye in the county is on you. In this case, every eye in primetime is on you.
On 1st and 10, here's Brady. And on the catch right side, this is Sanders. And he takes us beyond the 35 before going out of bounds. 12 yards that time and a Cincinnati first down.
Rip. Alpha. Check it, reload.
To throw, it's Brady. His throw incomplete.
Nice progress down the field was halted by that incompletion. They could try for some safe yards here to get things moving again, or keep throwing it and pushing it downfield to try and pick up bigger yardage.
Brady again here on 2nd and 10. Looking for Kelsey there, but it's intercepted. Picked off by Micah Parsons. And they will set up shop in enemy territory at the 42-yard line. Offensively, a far from ideal start there with a pick on the opening drive.
Yeah, not exactly what they were looking for. We know that. That's pretty obvious. The beauty, though, is it's happening early. If they don't panic, they don't compound this problem, they've got a long way to go and a chance to get back in it.
A full 5-yard loss that time. It's going to make 2nd down pretty tough. Vick to throw it. He completes it to Julio Jones. And they're going to get this down to about the 37.
It's a nice completion, a little bit of run after catch as well to create the yardage that they got. But it is so tough to cover that route, the drag route, because they run it at varying speeds. Because the key is to create hesitancy on the defender's part.
Always so empathetic for those DBs, aren't you? And a nickel look here for the Bengals as they try to defend this on 3rd. Here's Michael Vick. And that will be incomplete.
Oh, that's going to hurt a bit because they needed to come through with a completion there. Now a drive that started with great field position is facing 4th down.
So now on comes the field goal unit, and wow, this is no ordinary try here. This from 54 yards away. Tucker's kick is good, but now there is a penalty marker on the field, so let's see what this is about. And they'll accept that penalty. A lack of discipline defensively on 4th down, and now that leads to a 1st and 10. Now a give left side. It's Dickerson. And not able to break away this time as they're going to stop him right around the line of scrimmage. The ageless one, Julius Peppers, in to bring him down. So the 1st down run lost a couple. Now they come up 2nd and 12. Here's Vick. And he can't find anywhere to go with it, and he goes down. Mean Joe Green able to drop him for a loss of 4 from his defensive tackle spot. Really in a hole here, 3rd and 17 following the 2 negative plays. Now here's Vick. Got his man complete over the middle. It's Patterson. And that's not going to get it done. He'll come up well short of the 1st at about the 21. That'll bring up 4th down. They wind up getting 8 yards, but they needed more than that. Tucker's kick is good, and that'll make it 3-0 here in the 1st. So the interception set him up with terrific field position, but 3 points, the end result.
Yeah, we can make this one pretty simple, partner. You always want to end drives with points. But that's one that you're going to look back on and probably say, we should have done better there.
Tucker now following the made field goal, set to kick it away. And that one will bounce out of the back of the end zone, so we will start here at the 25. The Bengals drive about to get going. Their 2nd drive here, the ballgame, Charles. Remember last time they threw the interception, but the defense held up. It bent a little but didn't break, only giving up the 3 points.
Yeah, obviously they left some points on the table there their last time out, but boy, they have to thank their defense for holding the opposition just 3 after they threw the pick. Their turn now. Back out on the field, put together a good drive, and get some points of their own.
So here's a 1st and 10 at the 38. Throwing now is Brady. Flush to his right. And it's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect.
Partner, I think he's got to be careful as he continues to try to extend plays because he's already been intercepted in this game. And the coverage, they continue to challenge all of his receivers downfield.
They'll bring a receiver in motion left. Throwing again on 2nd and 10. Brady under pressure, and he'll go down. They'll sack him on what ought to be the final play of this first quarter. 3-0 after 1 on EA Sports. And some secondary help here for the defense in the nickel on 3rd and long. They'll send a receiver in motion left. Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. Oh, hit as he throws there, incomplete.
Every offense tells you they want to come out and start fast. That's not unusual at all. But this group, they've yet to get much rolling through their first 2 drives, and it looks like they're going to have to give up the football again after this one.
So on now is the Clemson man, Bradley Pinion, to punt this one away. Back deep, CeeDee Lamb. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And they split the uprights last time for 3. They've got the lead. They're not going to play this conservative. They're not hoping for another field goal. They're hoping for a touchdown.
I'm with you on that one. I like where your head is. I like the way you're thinking, because you're exactly right. Trying to sit on a lead and play that way, that doesn't work too well for most teams. Run your offense.
Yep.
Run what
Put
you
your
do
foot
best.
on the gas.
Exactly. Put it all the way down and try to increase your lead in a big way. And the best way to do it, touchdowns.
Here we go.
One play has him to the 37 here for 1st and 10. 1st and 10, it's Patterson. And he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up.
Early down stuff's to put this offense in a precarious position. We know that securing the point of attack, especially against the big-bodied guys in the middle of this D, has got to be priority 1.
Dickerson on the handoff. And he is met quickly in the backfield. Down he goes, folded like a lawn chair. That 2nd down play nets a -4. We'll see what they have drawn up here. A little bit behind the line. 12 yards needed to gain a 1st down. Oh, that's into a double team, and it's intercepted. Room here to run.
And I think this is a situation where a quarterback coach in the sideline is going to talk to a signal caller and say, listen, it's 3rd and long, and it's still early in the game. Let's not force things here. If we don't feel good about it, let's just check something down and punt the football.
So after the INT, it's Brady. And that is caught. He's got it for a Bengal touchdown. Travis Kelce, an 18-yard touchdown grab. And the Bengals have taken the lead. Now for the extra point, Daniel Carlson. And this is up and good to make it 7-3. Set now to kick this one away, and off it goes. A short kick taken at the 18. And they're going to start this drive in pretty good shape as they get it up past the 30. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. As the offense comes out here, Charles, maybe perhaps a bit more of a focus on the run game for this drive after tossing an interception on the previous one?
I think that's a good way to look at it and a good way to think about it, but maybe they get to it in a little bit different way, because after you throw an interception, you want to make sure you keep your quarterback's confidence high. So maybe you give him a couple easy throws that he can complete and then get to the running game and try and get things settled down.
And still in the first half here, a long way to go. 2 minutes to play here in this first half of the NFL playoffs. A nickel look now for the Bengals as they try to stop them here on 3rd down.
19 right. Ready.
To throw, Vick. He finds his man, complete. That's Gonzalez. Touchdown! Tony Gonzalez, 66 yards, as his guys are able to regain the lead. They talked about stringing together some explosive plays here in the playoffs. That was a pretty explosive play.
It certainly was, and if you're going to win on the road, it certainly helps to have big playability in your hip pocket, doesn't it?
Tucker now to kick it away following the touchdown. Taking it about the 1. And he will make it back to the 15, and that's it. Good coverage there by the kick team. The Bengals drive about to get going. And as the offense begins another drive here, pretty simple, Charles. They want to carbon copy what happened the last time out when they ended their drive in the end zone.
You're right about that, partner. Sounds pretty simple, doesn't it? Just score again, but we know it's not that simple because we don't just make adjustments at halftime if you're a good football team. You spend that time on the sideline, you study what's on the notes and the tablets, and you make those adjustments to prevent a repeat of the last drive. Series to series, the best teams, that's how they get it done.
And we'll find out here soon enough whether those adjustments are enough defensively. Creeping up on a minute to play in this first half. They'll bring a receiver in motion left. On play action, it's Brady. And that is incomplete.
How about some applause for the defense there? They forced him to throw that one into coverage, and just like that, they're staring at a 4th down. Well done.
Here's Bradley Pinion now as the drive goes backwards, so he's on to punt it away. On the return is Lamb. A great return there of 22 yards. And this offense, they're going to have excellent field position. They take over with a 1st and 10 on the short side of the field. So from the 36 now, 1st and 10. Vick now. And down he goes. They sack him back right around the 41-yard line. To try again after the sack. Vick. Man open, here is Jones. And they move this all the way down to the 9. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts, as it'll come with 15 seconds to play in the first half.
Ready? Rocco 80.
Vick readies to throw. Steps away. He'll get 5 out of the scramble. It's 2nd down. Now whistles and a timeout with 3 seconds left in the first half. So 3 seconds here remain in the half. On is the field goal unit to see about getting 3 points. Tucker's kick is good, and that will do it for this first half. That's it for the first half. 2 more quarters to go. We'll have plenty more to see after the break. And we welcome you back now. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin, getting set for quarter number 3 here. Both teams appear ready for the fight ahead, and we resume action here in quarter number 3. Fielded just outside the goal line. And they will be backed up deep. Trouble here as they're going to start this drive at the 6. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And they've got the lead. CD, what do you think the message was at halftime?
I don't think the message was too drastic, I think, at the half, or that they need to change things too much. I do think the offensive line could play a little bit better. And I think they'll try and help them out more. They'll probably keep a tight end in a few more times and maybe add a running back to the formation to pick up those pass rushers, because they probably allowed a few too many sacks for comfort in the first half.
It'll be a loss of a couple on the play, so now third down coming up.
And plays like that are exactly what this defense needs here early in the second half to give it a little spark. I think their halftime adjustments, what they talked about, maybe it's just a little inspirational speech. Who knows? But looks like they're ready to go.
He finds his man, complete. It's Gonzalez. It goes for a gain of 10, and it's a first down.
Here we go, 79 Broncos.
Vic goes play action. It's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect.
This has certainly been a physical game so far. Limited scoring opportunities for both sides. And there's another chance that goes unfulfilled.
Inside give to Dickerson. Down he goes at the 23, a pickup of 4.
I'd say they've got to find a way to get him going. He's such a big part of their offense. I wonder if they might throw it a little and come back to the run.
Anything, because you're right. He's pretty much been completely neutralized. On third down, Vic. And he can't find a receiver, and he's brought down. It'll go as a sack, a loss of 3, and in turn, it takes us to a fourth down. Here's Ray Guy now as he's on to punt for the first time tonight. This is fielded at the 27. And he's got this almost to the 40 before going out. A nice punt, but a good run back as well of 13 yards. And the Bengals take over first and 10. The Bengals drive about to get going. And their defense did its job by forcing the punt to start things out. And now, Charles, can the offense get in gear?
I think, partner, you can sense them saying, okay, the first half was theirs, but now let's get the momentum back on our side. We forced a punt. Now let's go downfield and score. If we do that, we'll be set up well for this second half.
Brady now on first down. He'll find Lamb. That's complete. And he's going to be taken down just shy of the 35.
One thing you're hoping for when you run drag routes, you're able to hit a receiver in stride, and he can pick up a lot of yardage after the catch. But in this situation, the defense was effective, able to stop him before he could get a good head of steam going.
Shadow!
On play action, now Brady. Toward the sideline, and look at that catch. Dragging the toes, and that's going to be a first down. Well done. The Bengals passing game finding a rhythm. They've got another first. They'll send a receiver in motion to the left. Now a play fake. Brady escaping the pressure right. And he rifles one incomplete.
The goal is certainly to try and make a big play happen and climb back into this game, but you have to be careful. If you overdo it, you could turn it over and hurt your team.
No, 66, 72.
Play action. Now it's Brady. Oh, he'll want that one back. Incomplete. He doesn't drop too many in that department. Third down.
Well, he'd been targeted quite a bit on this drive, and finally I think the guys on the defensive side, they said no more. They slapped the double coverage on him, made it very tough for him to get the ball.
Regular.
They fake the handoff. Now Brady. He'll buy some time right. Open man Lamb. It's complete. And they're going to get this down inside the 15. 1 quarter remains for the right to survive round 1 here in the AFC. You are watching Madden Ultimate Team on EA Sports. Here's a 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line. This is Lamb on the end around. 5 yards is the tally on 1st down. That brings up 2nd and 5. Defensively, they had that one pretty well figured out.
Yeah, and one of the things about this play, it can be even more effective when you run a lot of motion, and there's plenty of times you don't hand it off.
From the 9, 2nd and 5. Here's Eric Dickerson. Only about a yard there as he takes it from the 9 to the 8.
This is what happens sometimes when you abandon the running game. It's hard to get back to it because once guys get out of that mentality of firing out and hitting people, hard to get them started again occasionally.
They'll bring a receiver in motion left. Shotgun now for Brady. He's going to flip that out to the flat. It's complete. Now receiver in motion left. Now Brady got to have this one. And it's going to be batted down. It will go the other way with a football. The Bengals try it, but it doesn't work out. And it'll be a turnover on downs. So the failure to convert no doubt really hurts, but this one's not over. A good chunk of time on the clock and the timeouts.
Yeah, not only do they have the timeouts, as you just noted, they're going to get an extra one with the 2-minute warning. And that's going to help in big way. So in a sense, they have 4 timeouts in their pocket. The big thing, stopping them on defense now. They can't let them get a 1st down and make them use their timeouts and get a fresh set of downs. They've got to stop them right here. And if so, they've still got an opportunity.
They'll send a receiver in motion left. 4th quarter, down to the final 2 minutes, and we've got a 1-score game. The offense back out on the field here following the 2-minute warning. They've got a 2nd down now as they search for a way to get this one to the finish line. Got to figure the rush is going to be fierce again as they come up 2nd and 13.
18 Rattler.
And now we're going to get a delay of game. And that's going to back him up halfway. Well, you got to think, Charles, that one's on the quarterback as everybody was up at the line of scrimmage. He just didn't call for the snap in time.
Yeah, I think he needs a little bit better awareness out there because you got to know when the clock's in single digits and either snap it or get a timeout called if you have one.
Out of his end zone, here's Vick. Able to hit his target, Lamb. That's a gain of 11. Would have been a 1st down if not for that penalty moments ago. Tell you what, he's been able to put the ball in some tight spots all game long. That throw, no different.
Yeah, a lot of people would call it a gutsy type of a throw. I think he looks at it as, I can do it, so it's not that big of a deal to me, and I'm going to keep firing.
Vick. Looking deep downfield. And he bats it away, and it falls down incomplete.
One thing that offensive guys stress when they throw the deep ball, you're just counting on your receiver to find it, adjust before the defensive back can get his head around. In this case, though, the DB matched it move for move and knocked it away.
And he gets this up across the 35 before he's out of bounds. That'll be put in the books as a 53-yard punt. And the Bengals will take over here 1st and 10. The Bengals drive about to get going. They've got some stuff to build on from that last drive because they moved the football, CD, and then they tried to go for it on 4th down, didn't convert, probably left a bitter taste in their mouths.
I would say so, and I think that they go out in this series determined for that not to happen again. In fact, they don't even want to get to a 4th down opportunity. They just want to make sure they get it done within the parameters that they've set for themselves. Run their offense, get it into the end zone. Yeah, I think a little bit of determination and a dash of anger.
A good gain on first has him set up with second and just a couple of inches now from the 29. Brady to throw. Complete, the tight end Kelce. Now the Bengals going to use the first of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 45 seconds left to go in the game. It's a gain of 13 and the Bengals have a first down.
This defense has certainly had an outstanding second half, haven't they? I know they just gave up a first down there, and for the offense, they're hoping that that's something that they can jumpstart with and maybe start to move the ball a little bit better. But it's been tough sledding for them here the entire second half.
Now Brady. With no hesitations, they go right back to Kelce. And now before this first down play, we're going to get a timeout here. That'll leave them with just one remaining in this 4th quarter of play.
And here we are in the 4th quarter, partner, and watch them drive for what would be a go-ahead touchdown. And you and I both know this is where you need a quarterback who can keep his cool back there. Not just for himself, but to keep the rest of the team relaxed too.
They'll bring a receiver in motion left. To throw is Brady. Crossing route catch made by Johnson. Down inside the 10. And he'll be out of bounds about a half to a full yard shy of the 5. Another good gain. That's now 35 yards combined on those last 2 plays. That's what they need right now. Get the first down, get out of bounds, stop the clock.
Just playing smart football, understanding the situation, making the plays necessary, and making sure that clock stops at every opportunity.
Going to give it up the middle. Here's Dickerson. And a minuscule gain of maybe a yard from the 6 to the 5. Now the Bengals going to signal for their 3rd and final timeout as the clock stops with 23 seconds to go in the game. Back to throw, Brady. To the right side, it's Kelce. And he's in for the touchdown, and barring a miracle, the extra point can win this football game. Now defensively here, we're going to get a timeout. It's just their first. They've got 2 more to use here in the final stages. A very important extra point there, up and good. And that might be enough to win them the football game as they now take the lead in the final seconds. The kicking team out now for the Bengals as they'll send this one away. Fields this way up at the 17. And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. These guys definitely hoping for a better showing than their last appearance. They couldn't really even move the football much beyond the shadows of their own goalpost, Charles. We'll see if they can get a better, more sustained drive going here. And the comeback may stall out. It's intercepted. And the Bengals are going to take possession of the football. When you talk about making winning plays, that is a winning play at this stage of the game. To come up with that interception, huge.
I like how you identified that because most people think winning plays are the offense trying to get it done. In this case, nursing a lead, they found a way to make a play on that side of the ball and maybe finish things off.
And a wild card win moves them on to the divisional round.
Everyone plays all year long for the right to get into the tournament, as they like to call it. Wild card, divisional, doesn't matter to them. One moves on, one goes home.
It's the New England Patriots, now on the clock. The Denver Broncos are now on the clock. The Atlanta Falcons are now on the clock. The San Francisco 49ers are now on the clock. With the next selection, the Carolina Panthers on the clock. The Philadelphia Eagles on the clock now. It's the Buffalo Bills now on the clock. On the clock now, the Dallas Cowboys. It's the Bucks now on the clock. With the next pick, the Raiders are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Miami Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins now on the clock. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. It's the Cowboys now on the clock. On the clock now, the Buffalo Bills. It's the Philadelphia Eagles now on the clock. It's the Carolina Panthers now on the clock. Now on the clock, the San Francisco 49ers. On the clock now, it's the Atlanta Falcons. On the clock now, it's the Denver Broncos. On the clock now, the New England Patriots. On the clock now, it's the Green Bay Packers. Next up, it's the Packers on the clock. Next up, the Patriots are on the clock. Next up, it's the Broncos on the clock. With the next selection, the Falcons are on the clock. The 49ers on the clock now. The Panthers are on the clock. Now we turn to the Eagles. They're on the clock. It's the Bills now on the clock. It's the Dallas Cowboys now on the clock. Next up, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. Now on the clock, it's the Las Vegas Raiders. With the next pick, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock. Next up, it's the Dolphins on the clock. The Las Vegas Raiders now on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock. The Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. Up next, the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. The Carolina Panthers now on the clock. It's now the San Francisco 49ers pick. They're up. It's the Atlanta Falcons now on the clock. The Denver Broncos are on the clock. The New England Patriots are now on the clock. The Green Bay Packers are now on the clock. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. It's the New England Patriots now on the clock. The Denver Broncos are now on the clock. The Atlanta Falcons are now on the clock. The San Francisco 49ers are now on the clock. With the next selection, the Carolina Panthers on the clock. The Philadelphia Eagles on the clock now. It's the Buffalo Bills now on the clock. On the clock now, the Dallas Cowboys. It's the Bucks now on the clock. With the next pick, the Raiders are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Miami Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins now on the clock. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. It's the Cowboys now on the clock. On the clock now, the Buffalo Bills. It's the Philadelphia Eagles now on the clock. Now on the clock, the San Francisco 49ers. On the clock now, it's the Atlanta Falcons. On the clock now, it's the Denver Broncos. On the clock now, the New England Patriots. On the clock now, it's the Green Bay Packers. Next up, it's the Packers on the clock. Next up, the Patriots are on the clock. Next up, it's the Broncos on the clock. With the next selection, the Falcons are on the clock. The 49ers on the clock now. It's the Carolina Panthers now on the clock. Now we turn to the Eagles. They're on the clock. It's the Dallas Cowboys now on the clock. Next up, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. Now on the clock, it's the Las Vegas Raiders. With the next pick, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock. Next up, it's the Dolphins on the clock. The Las Vegas Raiders now on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock. It's the Bills now on the clock. Up next, the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. The Panthers are on the clock. It's now the San Francisco 49ers pick. They're up. It's the Atlanta Falcons, now on the clock. The New England Patriots are now on the clock. The Green Bay Packers are now on the clock. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. It's the New England Patriots, now on the clock. The Atlanta Falcons are now on the clock. The San Francisco 49ers are now on the clock. The Carolina Panthers now on the clock. The Philadelphia Eagles on the clock now. The Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. On the clock now, the Dallas Cowboys. It's the Bucks now on the clock. With the next pick, the Raiders are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Miami Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins now on the clock. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. It's the Cowboys now on the clock. It's the Buffalo Bills now on the clock. It's the Philadelphia Eagles now on the clock. With the next selection, the Carolina Panthers on the clock. Now on the clock, the San Francisco 49ers. On the clock now, it's the Atlanta Falcons. The Denver Broncos are on the clock. On the clock now, the New England Patriots. On the clock now, it's the Green Bay Packers. Next up, it's the Packers on the clock. Next up, the Patriots are on the clock. With the next selection, the Falcons are on the clock. The 49ers on the clock now. It's the Carolina Panthers now on the clock. Now we turn to the Eagles. They're on the clock. It's the Dallas Cowboys now on the clock. Next up, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. Now on the clock, it's the Las Vegas Raiders. With the next pick, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock. The Las Vegas Raiders now on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock. On the clock now, the Buffalo Bills. Up next, the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. The Panthers are on the clock. It's now the San Francisco 49ers pick. They're up. It's the Atlanta Falcons now on the clock. The Denver Broncos are now on the clock. The New England Patriots are now on the clock. The Green Bay Packers are now on the clock. It's the New England Patriots now on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Denver Broncos. The Atlanta Falcons are now on the clock. The San Francisco 49ers are now on the clock. The Carolina Panthers now on the clock. The Philadelphia Eagles on the clock now. On the clock now, the Dallas Cowboys. It's the Bucks now on the clock. With the next pick, the Raiders are on the clock. Next up, it's the Dolphins on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Miami Dolphins. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. It's the Cowboys now on the clock. It's the Bills now on the clock. It's the Philadelphia Eagles now on the clock. With the next selection, the Carolina Panthers on the clock. Now on the clock, the San Francisco 49ers. On the clock now, it's the Atlanta Falcons. Next up, it's the Broncos on the clock. On the clock now, the New England Patriots. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Green Bay Packers. Next up, the Patriots are on the clock. The Denver Broncos are on the clock. With the next selection, the Falcons are on the clock. The 49ers on the clock now. It's the Carolina Panthers now on the clock. Now we turn to the Eagles. They're on the clock. The Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. It's the Dallas Cowboys now on the clock. Next up, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. The Miami Dolphins now on the clock. With the next pick, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock. Now on the clock, it's the Las Vegas Raiders. On the clock now, it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock. It's the Buffalo Bills now on the clock. Up next, the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. The Panthers are on the clock. It's now the San Francisco 49ers pick. They're up. It's the Atlanta Falcons now on the clock. The Denver Broncos are now on the clock. The New England Patriots are now on the clock. Next up, it's the Packers on the clock. The Green Bay Packers are now on the clock. It's the New England Patriots now on the clock. On the clock now, it's the Denver Broncos. The Atlanta Falcons are now on the clock. The San Francisco 49ers are now on the clock. The Carolina Panthers now on the clock. The Philadelphia Eagles on the clock now. On the clock now, the Buffalo Bills. Now on the clock, the San Francisco 49ers.
If you really want to change up your player's skill set, you can morph your physique on the fly. Doing this will change your max ratings and perks, but you won't lose any of your progress. From the Position Hub, you can customize your skills, abilities, and physique. Equipping a position will set it as the default when you enter the yard.